Hello, and welcome to United Facts of America. I'm Katie Sanders, the editor-in-chief of PolitiFact. United Facts is a fact-checking festival hosted by PolitiFact and the Poynter Institute. This is our third annual Festival of Fact-Checking, timed just under a year from the November 5th, 2024 presidential election. And this year, for the first time, we made the event completely free. Thanks to all of our supporters for making that possible. In a little over a year, we'll be closer to knowing which party will control the White House, the House of Representatives, and the U.S. Senate. I don't want to say we'll definitely know because, well, we all remember what happened in 2020 and 2022. We should know the outcome of former President Donald Trump's various criminal trials, and we will know if other factors will shape the race, such as the candidate's age and trustworthiness, as well as new conflict between Israel and Hamas. Of course, let's not get ahead of ourselves. There is still a lot of election to go. And actually, tomorrow is an election day, an off-year election day in some states. So we have a great lineup of 8 easy sessions that will help you better understand the core issues of this campaign. You'll get an inside look at how PolitiFact's journalists plan to cover the race, including the GOP presidential debate, the third one on Wednesday night. Today, coming up, you'll hear from political director of ABC News, Rick Klein, about the 2024 landscape and a potential rematch between Donald Trump and Joe Biden. And then at 11 a.m. Eastern, we'll talk to Dr. Celine Gounder, an infectious diseases expert, podcast host, TV analyst, who found herself in the middle of an anti-vaccine conspiracy theory during one of her life's most painful moments. And we'll finish day one with an expert's look at how Russian propaganda fools U.S. audiences by disguising as local news. We'll teach you how to spot it so you don't get fooled. I will see you again Tuesday at 11 a.m. Eastern when I interview Sarah Longwell, an expert on voter attitudes through her focus groups and advocacy work. To kick us off, we have PolitiFact senior correspondent Louis Jacobson interviewing Rick Klein of ABC. Lou, take it away.
Thanks, Katie, and welcome to United Facts of America. I'm Lou Jacobson. I'm a senior correspondent at PolitiFact. It's a pleasure to welcome to our Festival of Facts a man who I once sold a portion of my baseball card collection to, Rick Klein, the political director at ABC News. We'll be talking today about what you can expect to see during the race for president in 2024. I'll be kicking off our conversation with Rick with some questions of my own, but the folks who are watching this will be able to ask questions of their own later in the session. If you're watching us right now on YouTube, please leave your questions in the chat. So Rick, just a bit of background about you before we start. Rick has been the political director for ABC News since 2013. He oversees political reporting, polling, and data analysis, and helps steer the network's coverage of major news events. He also appears on air for all ABC News broadcasts and platforms. Previously, Rick covered Congress and state, local, and national politics for the Boston Globe. Before that, he worked for the Dallas Morning News. Let me start by asking Rick about the presidential race. Give us some historical perspective. In what ways the 2024 election is defying the usual historical patterns?
Thank you, Lou, and thank you for that introduction. And yes, for the audience, it is true that I bought a good chunk of Lou's baseball cards. So that's my real passion and what I'm really into when I'm not doing political stuff. But yeah, 2024 has been an unusual year in a lot of ways. I mean, we've got a race that, a year out, the country is really not engaged in or excited about. We had polling out yesterday with our partners at Ipsos that talked about the disapproval of kind of the direction of the country right now, but also the disapproval of the two leading candidates. And the fact that even though votes haven't even been cast and won't be cast for 2 more months, people generally have a very negative view of both of the leading candidates and are indicating in polls and elsewhere that they'd rather have more choices, even though that's obviously within the grasp of voters. That doesn't seem to be the dynamic right now. We have the extraordinary spectacle of the front-running Republican candidate and former president who is going to be appearing in court throughout this campaign, is already facing 4 different sets of charges, and is going to be testifying even today while Ron DeSantis is in Iowa. He's in New York testifying in a civil fraud trial. So that's one level of it. We also have the age of the two candidates, which is unprecedented. This is setting new records in terms of age for both sides, and it's something that's obviously on voters' minds. The calls for Biden to step aside are fairly unprecedented, but I think attached a little bit to the age question. I think, and I've said this now for the last at least 8 years, if not more, that as journalists we have to embrace the uncertainty and just kind of be ready for whatever's going to come, because there are so many things that are happening that are unprecedented. And every time we've seen something that you think, well, that's never happened before, that happens. Capitol Hill and the new speaker who was ousted just a few weeks ago, or was installed a few weeks ago after the ousting of Kevin McCarthy, that was unprecedented. And I think also the amount of misinformation, disinformation, outright lies, yes, but also a lot of actors who are entering into the arena. We've never had a campaign where AI tools were as readily available and accessible as they are now. It's a lot easier to do deep fakes and to try to trick us, for fun reasons as well as not fun reasons. So the challenges, I think, that we face as journalists are also unprecedented, and just kind of layer on top of all the other wild things that we're gearing up for.
Yeah, no, that definitely makes sense. And on the AI point, I mean, it's a good one. Fortunately, I don't think we've seen a ton of it so far in the presidential race. We've seen it perhaps in international events, but in terms of the presidential race, I'm not seeing a ton of that. Are you?
No, I mean, and fortunately, again, when it has come out, it's been labeled as such. It's usually an attempt to just kind of get people to pay attention to it. But I'm convinced that there's going to be efforts to use deep fakes to try to manipulate. I mean, there's certainly been instances already where there's deceptive editing. That's not really new in this world. It's just gotten a lot easier to do it and do it really well. There was an example that the Republican National Committee put out, which was a AI generated imagery imagining Joe Biden and Kamala Harris in 2025. They labeled it as such, so we could label it as such. There was a use, I think it was the DeSantis PAC that used technology to put Trump's voice to words that had been written, that were just basically in a tweet or a True Social posting. The context of that is important. Obviously, it wasn't real, but at least they admitted it. But there's not going to be any regulation on this pretty clearly from Congress. I don't expect that the FEC is going to be able to break any deadlocks on this and find a way to regulate it. So it's really going to fall on us as journalists, as reporters who care about the facts and the truth, to find and then label any information that comes across the transom that isn't exactly what it purports to be.
Do you get the sense that, staying on the fact-checking and sort of truth and lies part of it, do you get the sense that presidential candidates today care about getting things right, or is it more about what the base will respond positively to?
Yeah, I have to say, Lou, this is one area where I feel like I've seen a shift in my time in journalism. It wasn't always the case, and I've had a lot of fights and been part of a lot of disagreements as to what's true and what's not. But generally speaking, when for the first 15 years or so of my career, if reputable fact checkers credibly pointed out that something that was said was false, you would see, you'd see them stop saying it or change how they say it, generally speaking. That has changed. And I think the use of the term fake news to dispute information that a candidate or a campaign feels like is not convenient. Clearly it's been a major point that the former president has used to try to bolster his own following. And to your point, Lou, it's often just what the base will tolerate or accept, which takes some like mind twisting turns over time. I've also I know that PolitiFact's done work on this, and others have, pointing out factual inaccuracies or inconsistencies in things President Biden has said. I think President Biden and the White House care more about it, but he has continued to say things that are flatly false, and said so by fact checkers, and even admitted by his campaign to be false. You can,
especially about biographical details.
Yeah, the verifiable.
It's almost like an old-fashioned style of politics where you're just spinning yarns, and a story is too good to check.
I think that's exactly right. And I think, the motivations of it may be, less nefarious in that sense, but a fact is a fact. And, if it's not true and it's being described as such, that's, so that's not okay in my book. And it's right to be called out. You're right. I mean, I think, lies, exaggerations, half truths have been with us as long as politicians have been making arguments to voters, for sure. And, I think one of the challenges we have as journalists is also, kind of divining or trying to unpack the spirit of or the meaning of some things that are said that aren't 100% true. When it's not our job to read minds on these things, and if something is said that isn't true, we should call it out. But I think the son of the fact checking has been weaponized by people who lie about things as well, and that to me is a newer development where you'll have candidates and campaigns who almost brag about the fact that a fact checker called them out on something and use it to further undermine trust in the media institutions. So that is new, and it's a new forefront, and it's as I think the audience here can imagine, it makes it extraordinarily difficult to try to communicate with an audience. If people are just going to think or inclined to think that what we're saying is fake anyway, then there really isn't any amount of fact checking that's going to convince them otherwise. That's what makes that, I think, particularly an insidious phrase when fake news is bandied about by anyone who just doesn't disagree with or finds a fact to be inconvenient more than anything else.
Yeah, and it's very hard, for me, as a fact checker in politics, if people just sort of have a knee-jerk response to us, you're wrong. Like, I'm not going to engage with somebody who doesn't have an open mind. I will definitely engage with people who do have open minds and try to convince them. But there's a section of the people who are reading our stuff who just cannot be convinced. And I can bang my head against the wall all day and never make any progress. So I have to really pick and choose the battles that I fight.
I think I choose not to fight most of them in a public forum for that reason. I think, 10 years ago, 6 years ago, 8 years ago, I think I was engaging more with people who made commentary on social media. And I rarely see the upside of that anymore, because I don't think most people who are on there anymore or trying to engage anymore want to have an honest conversation. They want a gotcha moment, or they want to believe a narrative. This just in the last 24 hours, there was some conservative pollsters or kind of polling analysts who have been peddling a theory that we changed our pollster based on the fact that the last poll we had was a pretty good one for Donald Trump. First of all, our poll yesterday was pretty good it was pretty bad for Joe Biden anyway. But secondly, we've been polling with this partner Ipsos for 5 years now, and and I made maybe the mistake of responding to one person who was asking about it, and he's still claiming that I'm not answering his question. And it's just it is bang your head against the wall type stuff, like you said, Lou. And I think we all have to just calibrate our expectations a little bit. And I'm willing to engage and want to engage with members of audience or campaigns or players in this that want to actually have a conversation. I'm happy to have the discussion, but I don't think that's really the intent of most of the people that are reaching me, at least via social media.
Yeah, I should mention thank you to ABC News for partnering with us on the debates. We do something approaching live fact checking on the debate blog, and so you guys are trying to do some fact checking in that context. Speaking of the debate, I was wondering what you think the value of the debates have been, and in fact, the one coming up on Wednesday, and what you think the candidates need to do to sort of break out of this situation where Trump is up by double-digit points in the national polls.
Yeah, I think my thinking, to putting the analyst hat on this, has evolved a little bit over time, and I don't think that any of the candidates can realistically expect that a debate is going to be how they take down Donald Trump or change perceptions around Donald Trump. Certainly not as long as he's not there, and he won't be there again. And I don't anticipate that he's going to show up at least until the voting starts or is closer to the voting. But I think the campaign has sort of developed into Trump versus Trump, and if the legal woes that he's facing and all of the questions swirling around him kind of put him in his own category, and then the battle to be the Trump alternative. And I think I expect it to be 5 candidates on stage tomorrow or Wednesday. I think the goal for those 5 is going to be kind of emerge from this side of the bracket against Trump in what would you'd anticipate to be the finals. And the finals will be Iowa and New Hampshire, and then off and running. And I think if Trump wins Iowa and New Hampshire, he's very, very likely to be the nominee. If he loses one or both, it's going to be a real contest. And if the person to break through in Iowa or New Hampshire is Nikki Haley or Tim Scott or Ron DeSantis, you're going to see a wave of support kind of flow their way. And I'd anticipate that the field narrows in that direction. So in some ways, you can't really have an honest debate about who the Republican nominee is going to be as long as Trump isn't there. But I don't know that there's going to be another way for them to do it other than to kind of survive that side of the bracket where they're taking on people who themselves don't have a huge amount. I mean, Mike Pence getting out of the race a week or so ago might be the first major name to drop. I'd anticipate there'll be others even before the voting starts. That's certainly what past experience would predict. But I don't think. I mean, now this is the 3rd debate that we're going to have without the front runner. I don't know what or how that's going to make a very vastly new dynamic that shakes this up. I think the candidates are trying to survive and keep viability and financing alive until they get to a point where they can take him on, and that may not be until the voting starts in Iowa. But I'd also say that the history of this has shown us many times that things are very unpredictable once the voting starts. Ted Cruz and his victory in 2016, Rick Santorum's victory in 2012, Mike Huckabee in 2008. These were upsets that happened very late. Go back to the Democrats and John Kerry in 2004. Weird things happen late, and you kind of just need to be part of the conversation for it to happen. And everything we think we know about Iowa and New Hampshire now is liable to change in the next 2 months.
Yeah. So you think maybe 4 or 5 candidates compete in Iowa, maybe 2 or 3 come out of Iowa to fight on in New Hampshire, and then when does it get down to Trump versus non-Trump? At what point does that happen?
I think really quickly after New Hampshire. I mean, I think there is a scenario where Trump wins both, and I don't even know that there is a viable option after that. Maybe one person can try to fly the flag till Super Tuesday, but I think it's really quickly. I think if one of the people I just mentioned wins Iowa and Trump comes in second, I think you're going to see that person emerge as the viable real alternative. And if it's not the case, and if it stays to be a five-way race, I think the polling on this has been pretty consistent that Trump benefits the most from it, from the rest of the vote getting split up. But the big caveat on all of this is all of the uncertainties that were talked about, and the fact that there's a lot of external events that could be happening as well, up to and including all of the legal issues that he continues to sort through, and it's not so much that it distracts him from the trail, but certainly it's something that can weigh on voters' minds as to whether this is a good idea or not. You've seen Chris Christie, out of the remaining candidates, has been most outspoken about what he views as the big mistake of nominating Trump, but others, including DeSantis and Haley, have talked about the distraction or the problem with potentially nominating someone who stands accused and or convicted of various federal crimes.
Yeah. Just a note to those who may have just tuned in, I'm speaking to Rick Klein, who is the political director at ABC News. If you'd like to submit a question at the YouTube comments, please do, and it'll be passed along to me. One thing that sort of fascinated me is the idea that no Democrat has really challenged Biden, despite his very weak approval ratings. Why didn't somebody with bigger stature than Dean Phillips challenge Biden in the primaries? Could a Cory Booker or a Jared Polis or a Gavin Newsom have said, look, I love Joe Biden. I have nothing against him. I agree with 95% of his policies, but we just need, a choice. And say I'm not going to attack him personally. I just think that the primary voters for this party need to have a choice. Why didn't that happen?
Yeah, I kind of thought it would, and I thought the dynamics would be a little closer to what we saw in 2015, where basically everyone in the Democratic Party thought Hillary Clinton was going to be the nominee, but you saw Martin O'Malley and Bernie Sanders give it a try and try to be an alternative, and it wasn't an overtly negative campaign that either of the other candidates that survived a little while made. Obviously, Sanders got a lot closer, probably closer than he even thought he would, but at least changed the conversation, changed the issue set. I thought we would see maybe something like that from an ambitious governor or senator. To your point, Dean Phillips is sort of a wild card in this, and obviously doesn't have much national name recognition. He's also, as of now, not even on the ballot anywhere that would actually get him a delegate. So it really is,
and also relatively inexperienced. He's only had a couple terms in Congress.
That's right. So yeah, but I think, and I've talked to some of the people that you just mentioned and some of their campaign staffers, and I think, look, first of all, they'll tell you on the record or off the record, they think Joe Biden's done a good job and deserves a second term. And it's kind of hard to run against someone when that's your core belief. They recognize his age, they recognize his approval ratings, and they recognize the frustration out there. I think there's a political calculation that goes into it as well, where if you go up against a list of perception is if you go up against the incumbent president, you're weakening him politically. And if, or more likely when you lose the nomination, you are then a diminished figure in the party. So if you're a 40 or 50 something year old Democratic governor or senator who knows that there will be a future on the other side of Joe Biden, you sort of wait it out. And, right. You make plans to run in 2028 when Biden will be, term limited or out of office and people are ready to move on. I think another big factor on this is Vice President Harris. And, I think her relative weakness in the polls is a piece of it. But I think one reason that you don't see that we haven't seen a Biden challenger, frankly, is that that Harris is there as the running mate, and for a lot of personal and political reasons, not wanting to be seen as going up against the history of Harris and kind of jumping the line ahead of her. Look, Democrats have been fairly disciplined at kind of getting in line, and I think the 2020 election was a case in point where Biden came in like fourth or fifth in Iowa and New Hampshire, and then romped in South Carolina, and then right ahead of Super Tuesday, when it looked like Bernie Sanders could potentially become the nominee, you saw a whole range of more moderate Democrats like Klobuchar and Buttigieg get out kind of on a dime and fall behind Biden and seal it for him. That's not easy to do, and in some ways it sort of happened earlier this time around. And Biden does have the one thing going for him is that he's the one person that can say he beat Trump once already. And, Trump in a weird way makes the argument for Biden stronger. Biden in a weird way makes the argument for Trump on the other side stronger, even as unpopular as both of them are, even as much as the country doesn't want to see either of them run. I don't know exactly what the analogy is, but they're like, two old gunslingers that are, coming out for one more. Right. And, but I agree with you, Lou. I am surprised that no one of a higher national political stature, at least got close to the starting line on this. It's Marianne Williamson, who made a debate stage in the last cycle, but isn't someone with vast experience. Bobby Kennedy Jr. got in early as a Democrat, but he's now switched to becoming to running an independent campaign. And now Congressman Phillips is someone that's emerged. I thought, it would be someone different. It's now very late for that. I mean, filing deadlines have already started to come and go. It becomes almost impossible to imagine happening, just as a practical, logistical matter, even if one of the individuals that you talked about were suddenly to have that epiphany and they'll wake up today and see the New York Times Siena poll and say, wow, we need to do something about this. It's late. It's frankly too late to do that credibly or viably unless or until Biden decides he's not running, and which would open it up.
Yeah. So do you expect there to be a drop off in enthusiasm because of Biden's low approval ratings and sort of concern over his age that could make 2024 look more like 2016 than 2020, where there was much more of a focus that Democrats are really focused on getting Trump out of there, which could mean lower turnout on the Democratic side and greater support for third parties, kind of weakening the Democratic vote totals. And if so, is that a big problem for Biden?
I think that's a bigger concern than Biden Trump voters, because I don't think there's that many people who voted for Biden last time that are ready to vote for Trump the next time. And the polling's a little mixed on this. And I, caution people when you read polling to be very, to be smart about how you read it and be skeptical of what it means. We ask hypothetical questions. Who, if the election were today, who would you vote for? Well, the election isn't today, and people don't get to vote. And how they answer a poll could be different than who they may be telling the truth and who they would vote for, but that's not, they can't predict what their future mindset's going to be, what the future situation is going to be. They may just be venting to a pollster, and there's some evidence that's emerged in some polls that people, when it's a free shot like that, to say I'm not voting for Biden because I'm frustrated because gas prices are high. That's different than actually voting for Donald Trump. So I think a bigger concern, to your point, is the drop off in enthusiasm, which might manifest itself in lower turnout in certain communities and Biden's weakness among voters of color, younger voters. It's no question that those are real problems that he's facing. And then maybe flirtations with a third party, and Cornel West, Robert Kennedy Jr., and the No Labels movement, which is planning on potentially having a unity ticket that they put forward. All of those are suddenly, viable alternatives if they're on a lot of ballots, and it might hurt different segments of voters in different ways. But I think Donald Trump pretty clearly has a stronger, floor than really anyone in politics, and
also a lower ceiling probably too.
Maybe a lower ceiling as well, but yes, but to the point that if we're talking about a lower turnout overall, that Trump would be better equipped to take advantage of that. Mm-hmm. Notwithstanding some of the low propensity voters he's gotten out, they are very much with him. But I'm also compelled by the argument that we're in an era where everyone is so hyped up around politics that low turnout elections kind of don't exist anymore, whether they're local or state level. Obviously, it's not the same as a big presidential one, but people know the stakes. And I'm quite convinced that a year from yesterday, with Election Day 2024, by that time, people will be fully engaged with the choices in front of them in a much more comprehensive way than they are right now. And that's not to say that the results will be different than any of the polls. I don't know that, but I think when a full campaign is played out, that's when you can really tell if people are enthusiastic or not. The signs right now, a year out, of Democrats being down on Biden and more than Republicans are down, say, on Trump or on their nominees are true, but the issue set's going to be different once a full campaign is prosecuted. And I know there's a lot of Democrats that are eager to get into a general election, that get into the flaws of Donald Trump, remind people about why they rejected him in his reelection bid, as well as rebuked him in congressional races in both 18 and 22. Remind people of his actions on and around January 6th and the other things that could still land him a conviction.
Yeah, I mean, conversely, for Trump, I would think that probably the biggest challenge is he's going to have a bunch of trials between now and then. So his name is going to be in the headlines in a way that it's not necessarily right now, and Biden's is, because he's president. Yep. And there are a lot of big things happening right now. And then also, we recently did a piece on 27 of the campaign promises of the Trump second term campaign, which include some fairly radical ideas, and that would seem to provide some grist for the Biden side to really sort of energize Democratic voters and say, look, this is what we're facing. This is why you have to vote. Is that fair?
Oh, 100%. And I think, the Biden team that I've been talking to about this, when they see polls now, right now, they realize, look, right now, it's a referendum on Joe Biden. They would like to turn it into a referendum on Trump and MAGA Republicans. And to that point, pointing out what he would actually do, what he said he would do, what he did in the past, all becomes very relevant. And that really hasn't happened. I think voters tend to have a shorter attention span, and if the pollster catches you, it's a snapshot in time anyway. And people aren't going around every day thinking about how Donald Trump did his job 4 years ago. They are thinking a lot more about how Joe Biden is doing his job now. And in a campaign, that changes. And the Biden team will point you to polling a year out that had Obama in a tough spot, or Bill Clinton in a tough spot, or George W. Bush in a tough spot, and recognize that a lot of things change once you're fully engaged in a campaign. And most of the most recent presidents have had a lot of tough spots, and most of them have come back and rallied somewhat. And maybe that's not in the cards for Biden, but I don't think there's anything in today's headlines that that makes it an automatic either way.
Right. What's the impact of the war in the Middle East on the presidential race?
I think it's scrambled some of the political alliances. It clearly has, makes Democrats a little more uncomfortable with their direction of leadership. There's an immediate political impact that a lot of Muslim voters and others who might associate with pro-Palestinian causes, progressive left included, might be soured on Joe Biden's leadership. I'm not convinced that we've seen the end of that either. I mean, I think everything that goes on in Israel now has a chance to further divide politics back here. We've already seen some signs of that, but this is going to be a while. It's only a month old, and I think it's going to get a lot worse. I think the anti-Semitic attacks and the kind of stirrings of anti-Semitism here are problematic, and it's a leadership opportunity for Biden, who I think has, some of his speeches about the war against Hamas and with Israel have been striking for their moral clarity. That's hard to do over time. It also, there's a kind of immediate congressional side of it, of is the funding going to come? Is what kind of resolutions you can have? Congress was paralyzed for a few weeks while they didn't have a speaker. The first effort out of the box by Speaker Johnson to take the money from IRS funding to Israel, I don't think was a real serious effort to make something into law. And I think his members knew it, but they needed to do that to kind of, from an initial positioning. But, it's not clear that Speaker Johnson's in a position of any strength, given how chaotic the House has been.
Exactly.
So, all of which is a long way of saying we don't really know. I think, anytime a president gets a chance to be commander in chief and to show, a striking degree of leadership on something, that's good. But this happens to be an area that Democrats are more divided than Republicans. You toss in the Russia, Ukraine, you tossed in China, Taiwan. There's so many different national security issues that can disrupt, a year from now. I don't know that it's possible to handicap, but the immediate fallout, I think, again, kind of strains Democrats, many of whom have already been, a little bit down on the current president.
Right. I'll just repeat a note to those who may have just tuned in. I'm speaking with Rick Klein, who is the political director of ABC News. If you'd like to submit a question, please do at our YouTube channel comments. So we have an election tomorrow, a relatively small one by all standards. One of the biggest issues on the ballot is in Ohio about abortion, protecting abortion rights, a ballot measure. Voter concern about rolling back abortion rights has been a pretty consistent factor aiding Democrats. Is this something that you think will continue to help Democrats, or will this, maybe because of all the other news happening, might move down the list?
Yeah, I mean, Ohio is a very clear they have a couple of referendums, another one on marijuana legalization, but this one on that would codify a right to an abortion in the state constitution is, more clear than most. But the Virginia legislative elections have been framed as determining the future of abortion rights in the last state in the South that allows abortion as widely available. Governor Youngkin has a 15-week bill with some limits, 15-week abortion ban with some limits built into it that clearly will move ahead if Republicans win control of both both chambers of the legislature in Richmond. And even in Kentucky, where abortion is largely banned, the Democratic governor there is campaigning against that, even if he has no realistic chance of changing that in a very Republican state. So we're seeing it continue to animate these races, and I think it's going to be, a big issue in targeted places over the next year. I'm sure in Ohio, the organizers there would love to have this on the ballot at the same time that Senator Brown is up for re-election, at the same time the presidential election is going on. There are efforts to move to the ballot in states including Arizona and Florida on abortion rights, which could impact it. We polled on this in our poll with Ipsos that I mentioned earlier, Lou, that voters aren't prioritizing, at least saying right now that abortion rights are as important to them personally as inflation or the economy. But we also know that it has the potential to really be a galvanizing and motivating issue. And I saw the memo that the Biden campaign put out about the year ahead and how they're planning to make the case against, in their view, MAGA Republicans, and abortion rights were a big piece of this, right to choose, right for women to control their own bodies. All of that was really kind of wrapped up in their messaging. So I think it's going to be a big piece of how they lay out to voters. Now, whether voters respond to that, as you mentioned, there's so many other things going on in the world. Is this a voting issue? Is this the thing that drives people out? The politics of this have really flipped in the last year and a half. I spent most of my career covering politics, seeing the issue of abortion as a galvanizing issue on the right, because the feeling that Roe v. Wade was wrongly decided and the state should be able to decide, and then overnight the politics flipped. And last year, clearly Democrats did better than expected in the midterms, in large part because of the Dobbs ruling. And look, if the Ohio initiative passes tomorrow, which polling would suggest that it will, that's going to be another data point. If Governor Youngkin falls short in his effort to get full control of the legislature, that'll be another data point in that. And there are a lot of folks that are taking notes.
Yeah, no, I definitely think Virginia and the results tomorrow will show whether it has staying power. Now, it's still a year away from 2024, but I think tomorrow, because it is probably one of the biggest issues in the election in Virginia, we'll know whether it really carries a day for Democrats or not. I guess final question, the other contests on the ballot tomorrow, anything you'd like to say about the Kentucky governor, the Mississippi governor race?
Yeah, I mean, they're really interesting races. I think in Mississippi, you have a Democratic candidate who is, for all intents and purposes, pro-life. He also happens to be Elvis Presley's, I think, third cousin, and kind of runs as kind of a populist. And if there's any chance to get a Democrat in Mississippi, I think Brandon Presley is about as good as well suited as anyone. It's tough to beat an incumbent governor. The reverse of that is true in Kentucky, where the incumbent is a Democrat, Andy Beshear. I saw a story out today predicting that Beshear or the Republican, the Attorney General there, Cameron, that one of the two of them, whoever wins, is going to be on a national ticket at some point. They're both rising stars in their parties, and they're going to have a big ticket punched based on tomorrow's results. I think, look, for Democrats who are looking for a way to start to win again in places that have slipped away from them, it wasn't that long ago that Democrats controlled places like Kentucky and West Virginia. But it feels like a distant lifetime ago. And if Beshear is able to win a second
national candidates like Bill Clinton and Al Gore,
Mike Dukakis won West Virginia. It's changed really fast. But if you're a Democrat who's looking for the way forward, I think you could see in someone like Brandon Presley, if he wins, or more likely, I think Beshear is more likely to win than Presley. If Beshear wins, you want to know what he's doing, because he certainly speaks in a language of moderation, and he's not cozying up to Biden at all. I think the other side is trying to tie him to Biden, but he has governed as a pretty mainstream Democrat, not a conservative Democrat. He's been out, he's been clear that he thinks that there shouldn't be an abortion ban in the state. He's vetoed, trans-related bills that have come to his desk via Republicans. He's championed Medicaid reimbursement. He's in his mid-40s. He's someone that is, I think, going to be around a while. And if he's able to win and crack a code in Kentucky, people are going to want to know what he's doing.
Okay. Well, we're going to have to leave it there. Thank you to Rick Klein for your great political coverage and your dedication to the facts. I also want to thank everyone tuning in for this important discussion. For the first time, thanks to support from people like you, our Festival of Facts, United Facts of America, is free to all guests. But you can still support Truth in Politics by donating to us to hold politicians accountable for their statements and to elevate informed civic engagement. Visit politifact.com/donate to make a donation today. As a reminder, we continue at 11 a.m. Eastern Time when Dr. Celine Gounder will join us to discuss anti-vaccination conspiracy theories and other topics. And make sure you join us Wednesday night at 7:30 p.m. Eastern as we take you behind the scenes as we prep for the next GOP presidential debate. See how we get ready, learn what we're looking for, and hear more about our partnership with ABC News and 538. That's 7:30 p.m. Wednesday, right before the 9 p.m. debate in Miami. Until then, take care.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Rebecca Catalanello, a deputy editor here at PolitiFact. For the first time, thanks to support from people like you, United Facts of America is free to everyone. You can still support truth in politics with PolitiFact, though. Empower democracy by backing PolitiFact, the nation's largest political fact-checking organization. Your donation fuels our mission to hold politicians accountable for their statements. We investigate claims, ensuring accuracy and transparency in political discourse. Your contribution, big or small, directly impacts the integrity of public discourse. Stand with PolitiFact to safeguard the integrity of our democracy. Donate today and be a part of the solution. Visit PolitiFact, that's politifact.com/donate. We thank you. Now, to the reason we're here. I am delighted and honored to welcome to United Facts of America, Dr. Celine Gounder. Dr. Gounder is an epidemiologist and infectious disease specialist who throughout her career has prioritized communicating important stories about public health to broad audiences. She's currently KFF Health News Senior Fellow and Editor-at-Large for Public Health. She's the creator of 2 podcasts, American Diagnosis, a podcast about health and social justice, and Epidemic, a deeply reported series about infectious diseases and their impact on humans and their communities. I highly recommend you listen to these. She's a CBS News medical contributor and previously a CNN medical analyst and frequent guest on MSNBC and NBC. Dr. Gounder also served on the COVID-19 advisory board for the Biden-Harris transition team. And while it appears she has long had an interest in getting out factual information about diseases and public health, she had a personal and profound encounter with the harms of disinformation and misinformation last year when her husband and soccer journalist, Grant Wahl, died, and his death became exploited by anti-vaxxer conspiracy theorists. Dr. Gounder, thank you so much for joining us.
It's great to be here, Rebecca.
I'm so glad you're here. Let's jump in. You frequently say that you know, and you say it very, very certainly that misinformation has a profit motive. Can you talk about how that plays out in the world of vaccine misinformation?
Yeah, what we've often seen are the people who are purveying vaccine mis and disinformation will then pivot from these vaccines don't work or these vaccines are harmful to, but hey, I have something that will work for you or that will help educate you more. If you look at some of the folks who've been doing this, whether it's Joseph Mercola, who according to the New York Times is worth over $100 million, Alex Jones with InfoWars, and so on, they are all selling something at the end of the day. It might be back in the days before streaming, CDs, CD-ROMs, videos, et cetera, of educational programming or supposed documentaries about vaccines and their harms. They might have been selling tickets to conferences where like-minded people gather, and they also get more mis and disinformation. And they might have been selling products, which anything from some of what we saw during the pandemic, like hydroxychloroquine or ivermectin being misused, to other things that are just simply herbals or supplements or the like, saying that these are the things that will actually help you. So if you look at these folks, they have made a lot of money off of this strategy. It is quite lucrative.
You got your master's degree in epidemiology from Johns Hopkins 23 years ago. I'm curious, how active was the anti-vax movement then, and how aware were you then of its influence?
Andrew Wakefield's paper in The Lancet came out in 1998, and he was the one that claimed that there was a link between MMR vaccine and autism. So this is right around the time I was, literally at the time I was getting that master's degree in public health. And we certainly saw a huge impact of that then, and it continues until this day, even though that paper was discredited, that it was retracted. that it was found to be fraudulent and have really shady methodology. But that was the start of a new wave, you could say, of mis and disinformation about vaccines. There had always been this problem dating back to the very first vaccines, particularly with smallpox. And some of this is also related to how these vaccines were rolled out, how they were targeted at certain populations. In particular around the late 1800s, early 1900s, both in England and the United States. People who were lower income, who were more marginalized, perhaps racial minorities, were targeted for enforcement of these vaccines in a way that did lead to mistrust in the system and did lead to conspiracy theories about the vaccines. But certainly Andrew Wakefield's paper in the late 90s led to another wave. And of course, we've seen even more mis and disinformation about vaccines since the COVID pandemic.
Did you, how have you seen, it sounds like it really did sort of inform your vision of the work that you wanted to do because you were there kind of at that pivotal time. I'm curious, how have you seen that movement grow and change since that point? And how has it affected broader trends in vaccine hesitancy and resistance?
Well, you know, around the same time, you also have the rise of the internet, social media, which really puts a lot more fuel to the fire, so to speak, where some of this mis and disinformation could travel more broadly. But also was paired with other kinds of mis and disinformation. So what we see today is that vaccine mis and disinformation is really part of a menu of issues, and people get drawn into this rabbit hole through different specific issues and then get served up a whole menu of them. So I do think that is unique. The reach that people have, the way in which they're also, because of technology, very efficiently able to monetize that mis and disinformation, that is certainly a change since the 90s.
You started your production company, Just Human Productions, in 2017. It seems it's before the pandemic, and you had the aim of telling stories about public health. Your podcast, American Epidemic, it's dealt with gun violence, issues of mental health among young people, and the opioid epidemic. So good. And in February 2000, before most Americans were in lockdown, you started a podcast dedicated to understanding the coronavirus then. Mm-hmm. Since then, you've reported on Navajo Nation response to COVID-19, and you've taken the podcast to India and Bangladesh to tell the story of smallpox and its eradication. What inspired you to tell these kinds of public health stories in this way?
A couple things. So this really goes back to the Ebola epidemic in West Africa in 2014, 2015. At that time, I was doing a lot of television, especially for CNN, but others as well, and was really frustrated by the quality of the public health reporting at the time. It was very navel gazing. Could we get Ebola from a bowling ball or a subway pole? You know, and that was related to my friend Craig Spencer having been out and about in New York City before he knew that he was coming down sick with Ebola, having just returned from West Africa. And that was the focus, not here's why these countries, these health systems were vulnerable to this kind of problem, this explosion in Ebola. The reporting was not about the people who lived there on the ground. There was some, of the, hey, look at me kind of journalist on the ground, but not really explaining the politics, the culture, the history that led up to this point, and also not holding people accountable for what happened as the epidemic waned and was brought under control. And the fact that many countries, including our own, really pulled up stakes and stopped funding health system strengthening after that, which means that those vulnerabilities persist. And so I found that very frustrating that the quality of the public health reporting was really lacking. So there was that. And then also, frankly, the 2016 election, where I felt like I had this hybrid response between being a medical and public health professional, but also now having branched out into journalism. And a lot of journalists were asking themselves, how did we miss that Trump was so politically popular and that he was going to win this election? How did we miss that? And I think that has a lot to do with the fact that the media centers a lot of its reporting in media cities like New York City, where I live, and that there's this whole part of the country, many communities that we simply don't hear about in journalism. And so to me, it was really important to say, one, we need higher quality public health reporting, but two, what are some of the communities we're not hearing about that are very much part of the United States, part of our fabric, and that we need to be hearing more about?
I find it interesting that your most recent turn in your podcast has been towards revisiting the story of smallpox. It was eradicated in 1980. So why did you want to tell that story? And what relevance does it have for people in the COVID era?
Well, I think people are frankly burned out on COVID. And I saw the same thing with Ebola. People developed, quote, Ebola fatigue, and they just didn't want to hear about it anymore. And I think we're in a similar place with COVID. And yet there are some really important lessons we need to be learning that we still haven't learned, honestly. And so are there other ways to tell some of these stories, to communicate some of these lessons in a way that feels fresher, but also is less political? And I think one thing about going back in time in history, it doesn't have sort of that same emotional charge as talking about something like COVID right now. And I also think there's something different about going to a different culture, a different part of the world, and being able to see some of those lessons through that lens. And there are some very important lessons to be taken from smallpox eradication, just as there are from COVID, that could be used to strengthen public health today.
Like what?
Well, I think one is dreaming big, what I would call moral imagination. So very often we limit our options to what are the most obvious things in front of our faces. And in the US in particular, that tends to be biomedical solutions. So in terms of COVID, that would be tests, medications, and vaccines. And we don't really think beyond that. Now, if you think about how other infectious diseases were brought under control, like say cholera, for example, that was not done with tests and medications and vaccines. That was done by cleaning up water, by having appropriate sanitation, by having clean water. So we've forgotten some of the lessons of the late 1800s and early 1900s, which is frankly when we made the biggest improvements in public health. And so much of that was really about how do you make communities healthier and safer, as opposed to resorting to more biotechnical solutions, which are more expensive, which rely on individuals to believe in them and take action. And so therefore will never have the same reach as some of these more basic and more cost-effective solutions.
Well, I'm so glad you're doing it. I've learned so much, and it's a great show. I can't emphasize or recommend it enough. If you're just joining us at United Facts of America, we're talking to Dr. Celine Gounder. She's the host of the Epidemic Podcast. She's KFF Senior Fellow, a CBS News medical contributor, and wife of the late soccer journalist Grant Wahl, whose sudden death was exploited by anti-vaxxer conspiracy theorists. Your questions drive the conversation. Don't hold back. Ask anything on your mind. You can, if you're watching us right now on PolitiFact or Poynter.org, you can open the video on YouTube and leave your questions in the chat, and we will look forward to answering them. Dr. Gounder, your life took a devastating turn. It's almost a year ago when your husband, Grant Wahl, who we know is a great soccer journalist, collapsed while covering the World Cup. He had an aortic aneurysm. And very soon after, you found yourself and your family under attack from people who said you were to blame for advocating COVID-19 vaccines. There is and was no sign that vaccines had anything to do with his death. We were really sorry to learn of his death, but it was especially painful to see these claims. Can you talk about how you processed those accusations and how it's informed your work since?
Well, it didn't surprise me at all, frankly, that this happened. And in fact, basically right after I informed family of his passing, I felt like I had to kick into gear in getting him transported back to the US as quickly as possible, to have an autopsy as quickly as possible, to get information out about what was his true cause of death as quickly as possible, because I knew that there would be rumors and conspiracy theories about his death. This is simply the playbook. And disinformation profiteers are exactly that. They will look for anything that they can make money off of, that they can gain power off of, that they can gain social media followers from. And it is very much part of the playbook to take somebody who's a celebrity and use their story for their own personal aims, for their own personal gain. And we've seen this over and over again during the pandemic with COVID vaccines. Even Matthew Perry's death recently has been blamed on COVID vaccines. And I think, aside from the people who are spreading these conspiracy theories, I think there are also a lot of people who are just desperate to have answers, answers that make sense to them, that are straightforward to understand. And sometimes that's just the easiest thing, is what is right in front of you. And I think, again, it's a question of lack of imagination, a lack of wanting to think bigger, further, also more slowly and thoughtfully about what might be going on.
You mentioned Matthew Perry. I mean, here at PolitiFact, anytime a celebrity dies, we feel like we can count the second until the claim starts circulating. And it's almost like a subcategory of fact checking. We just know to look for the claims. I'm just, as these narratives persist, what do you think are the most constructive ways to combat them? I'm not sure that, I'm just wondering. I feel like we do it a lot, but is there more?
Yeah, I think the most important thing is for people to understand what the playbook looks like. So number one, celebrity dies, you will start to hear these false claims. Just anticipate that. And so that tells you this is probably part of the playbook. I think some of the other typical things that you see are fake experts. So people who are not experts in the field that's relevant here. Maybe they're a doctor, but they're an orthopedic surgeon or a neuroradiologist or something that's not relevant in terms of expertise, claiming that the COVID vaccines or something else was the cause of death. Another typical approach is what we call logical fallacies. The most common one is probably A came before B, so therefore A must have caused B. So it's sort of that temporal association. But that would be like saying, well, I took the subway to work today, so therefore the subway must have killed me. I understand that people, again, want to connect things, and that's maybe sometimes the straightest line, but that doesn't mean that something caused something else. And when you have the vast majority of the American population having gotten COVID vaccines, yes, there will be people who have strokes and heart attacks and cancer and who die suddenly who will have had the COVID vaccine. That does not mean that those outcomes are related to the COVID vaccine. A couple other typical tactics. So another one is what we call impossible expectations. So the expectation that the vaccines would be perfect. We don't expect perfection of just about anything. We don't expect perfection from our electronics, our computers, our medication. It's not going to work perfectly. You're going to have to take your car in for servicing. That medication may not be enough on its own. You might need another to treat your high blood pressure, for example. So that's another tactic we commonly see. Another one is cherry picking data. So as scientists, we don't come to conclusions on the basis of a single study. We look at all of the studies in a particular space, looking at a question. We look at the methodology of each of those studies, and we put them together to try to figure out, okay, here is what probably is the best answer to this question based on the preponderance of the evidence. And cherry picking is when you take the one study that gives you the answer that you want to back up your claim. And so that's another very common one. And finally, just straight up conspiracy theories, which let's just call them what they are. They're lies. And so people telling lies to advance their own personal agenda.
In this case, you experience the personal harms of those. And I feel like there's a growing population of people who have had these kinds of experiences. I'm curious, do you have anything that you want to say to people?
Well, I think one challenge is that there's not good protections for people like me. My colleague, Dr. Peter Hotez, for example, has been harassed at his home. When you have people harassing you, stalking you, making death threats, there's not something like a legal fund to help support you. It's very difficult, having made some reports to the FBI personally, for them to intervene, to track some of these people down. So there really does need to be strengthening of protections for people who are targeted in this way.
We have a question from a reader. It says, can you touch on the role that social media influencers and celebrities play in health misinformation spread?
One of the things we've seen from both KFF polling, so I'm a senior fellow at KFF, as well as other polling, is social media influencers are not necessarily the most trusted people when it comes to medical information. Your own personal healthcare provider, whether that's a doctor, a nurse, a pharmacist, that person is still the most trusted. But social media influencers, celebrities do help magnify, amplify the spread of disinformation. And the more people hear that same disinformation over and over and over again, even if they don't trust that particular social influencer or celebrity, over time, that does start to lead them to believe that disinformation.
Along those lines, we're seeing reports that U.S. vaccination rates are down this year. Fewer people are getting flu shots and the latest COVID vaccines. KFF reported that childhood vaccine rates for measles, mumps, and rubella have dipped below 95%, and that's important because that's the level at which you can prevent community transmission. And we also saw a recent study from Annenberg Public Policy Center that found that Americans are losing confidence in vaccines overall. What's behind these lower participation rates and low confidence? And can you talk about, what risks they pose?
I think you have two things at work here. One is going back to what I was talking about, the playbook of anti-vaxxers and disinformation about vaccines, this idea of impossible expectations. And I think people have had ideas about vaccines, even before COVID, people would say to me, well, I'm not getting a flu shot because I got the flu anyway. And not really understanding that the purpose of vaccines, by and large, is to prevent severe disease, hospitalization, and death. There are a couple vaccines where you can actually prevent transmission, but that requires certain biological characteristics, including a longer incubation period. So you do have that with infections like measles or smallpox. You do not have that with COVID and the flu, where your incubation period is quite short. So incubation period is a time from exposure to infection and getting sick. And so if you have a longer window, the vaccines actually can help prevent transmission. But if you have a much shorter window, shorter incubation period, they don't work very well for that. And so people have had these expectations that are frankly too high, that COVID vaccination, would prevent all infections, that flu shots would prevent you getting the flu. And the purpose of vaccines is really to prevent severe disease, hospitalization, and death. So that's number one. And remind me, Rebecca, the question again, reprompt me.
What's behind the lower participation rate?
Oh, right. So, the other issue is the politicization of vaccines. And I think what really drove that more than anything was that COVID emerged during a year where we had a presidential election in 2020. And so it was highly predictable that it was going to be politicized in that way, that the responses were going to be politicized. that there would be inadequate bipartisan collaboration, cooperation, giving of credit because of that. And it's not the only time we've seen this happen. I think another great example is Ebola in West Africa, where several of the countries in the region had their own presidential elections at the time. And we saw the exact same thing happen, the exact same language. For example, Ebola is a hoax. COVID is a hoax. We saw the exact same language used in two entirely different settings. What was in common is they were all dealing with presidential elections. And unfortunately, the US in particular is very politically polarized at this moment. And it's become part of people's identities. In fact, some pediatricians have reported to the American Academy of Pediatrics that they now have parents coming into the office where before they might have been hesitant and might have said something like, are we sure these vaccines are safe? Are we sure they don't cause autism? Does my child really need to get so many so close together? Can we space them out apart? That used to be the concern. Now parents are saying, we just don't do vaccines. We're Republicans. And when something becomes so tightly bound with an identity, with this idea that if this is my identity, this is what I'm supposed to believe, you're not going to be able to change people's minds with facts. You're not going to be able to address that just by slowing the spread of disinformation or debunking disinformation. You're really going to have to go after culture and identity to address that.
If this continues, what kind of health risks? I mean, what is the reality of the risks that we face?
So in the past year or two, we've seen outbreaks, for example, of measles in Ohio. We saw cases of polio in upstate New York. These infections will come back, and they are not benign infections. Polio, for example, can leave people paralyzed, can also be deadly. Measles can also be deadly. People who get severe measles can develop severe pneumonias and die from that. They can also develop encephalitis, which is a brain infection, which can cause seizures and other neurological problems. So there's a reason scientists, doctors decided to develop vaccines against some of these infections, because they do cause very severe outcomes in some children.
You're a communicator, in addition to being a physician. I'm wondering, is there a communication strategy that can help with this, or what can we do? What needs to happen to change this trajectory?
Well, I think we need to be thinking about information as a supply chain. So, very generically, you have raw data that gets processed, that then gets disseminated or distributed. And so instead of focusing all of our interventions at the tail end of that supply chain, so things like debunking or moderation, are there things we can be doing upstream in the information supply chain to address this problem? I think that's number one. Number two, what I was just saying about identity and culture, I think we need some strategies that are not just about straight up news or scientific papers, publications, research, but that really do look at some of these cultural predisposing factors, or how certain ideas become part of someone's identity. How do you change that? I think that's another area we really need to be thinking and talking about more.
I want to go to COVID, some things that people have questions about during COVID. We were advised to take a number of public health measures that we know now were either not necessary or less effective than promised, like surface wiping or cloth masks. Can you talk about, will public health officials be more upfront about unknowns next time, or is it best practice when you're in that situation to take all precautions and risk the kind of resentment that we see now that might follow if those measures aren't effective?
Well, there was a certain paternalism, in particular related to masks, that concerned me early in the pandemic. Namely, that there was a reluctance to acknowledge that COVID was airborne. And we knew this by March, April of 2020, that this was clearly an airborne infection. And yet the language was still very much as if this was a strictly droplet spread 6 feet apart kind of infection. And that actually continues to persist until this day. And I would point your viewers to a recent 60 Minutes piece by my colleague, Dr. John LaPook, where he interviewed Lindsay Marr and others, Joe Allen, who are experts in infectious disease transmission through the air, where they were very able to document that this was what was happening, that there were ways to mitigate, again, that don't go back to those biomedical tools. It's not always just about tests and treatments and vaccines. And it's not necessarily just about masks either, by the way. Things like indoor air ventilation, we should be thinking about the way we do about clean water and water treatment plants. Those might have seemed like very ambitious measures back in the early 1800s and late 1800s and early 1900s, but those are just standard today. And I think that kind of shift in thinking needs to happen. But going back to your question, there was this paternalism, this reluctance to acknowledge that even though there was clear evidence that COVID was airborne early in the pandemic, there was reluctance to say, yeah, you should wear a mask. And then when finally there were recommendations, it was to wear a cloth mask, which we now know better are really not very effective. Surgical masks are moderately more effective than a cloth mask. But what you really want is a KN95, a KF94, or better yet, an N95 mask to really protect you against infection. And I think the way to approach that in the future is to have what we need in the strategic national stockpile to be prepared for healthcare workers and what their needs are going to be, where you're not having to dissuade the public from using these tools because you're worried about supply and potential shortages. So I think that's, one very good example of not having been fully transparent, having been somewhat paternalistic about the messaging. And I also think to this day that has not been clearly acknowledged by public health officials, by the public health community. And I think acknowledging those errors really would go a long way towards rebuilding trust.
Interesting. We have another viewer question that says, how would you like to see misinformation for profit combated? Are there practical ways to do it? And then there's a third question. It's long. This isn't a medical example, but for example, I get a lot of YouTube ads for money-making schemes. Is there some sort of screening process you would like them to go through before they're allowed to be served to people?
Well, that's, for advertisers, for there are companies that aggregate advertising and put it out there across different platforms. There are the platforms themselves. At all of those levels, I think there is a responsibility to be taking action to make sure that advertising is responsible. There are reputational reasons to do that, not necessarily regulations per se. And I do think part of this is also documenting what are the harms. And I think some of that is what are the public health harms? What is this costing taxpayers at a population level? And then also, what is this costing companies reputationally? If, for example, you're dealing with so many more hospitalizations in your community, so many more employees out sick, or so many more healthcare costs, what is that costing a company if they're part of the problem? And we just don't have firm numbers on those kinds of things. And so it feels very abstract, I think, to a lot of businesses, advertisers, and so on. And I think unless you put hard numbers on those, it's hard for them to really incorporate that into their decision-making.
Who would be who should be doing that? Who should be putting the hard numbers on that?
Well, people who do research on these things, whether that's economists, public health researchers, probably a combination of the two. And then you're talking about some role for academia, some role for government, which is one of the biggest, the biggest funder of research in this country, but also some of these corporate players and being enlightened in terms of their enlightened self-interest, trying to figure out what are some of the things where it could have the biggest impact on employee absenteeism, healthcare utilization, reputational impacts, and so on.
I have a really broad question now. We're about to have another presidential debate this week where we at PolitiFact feel like we're already in the thick of the 2024 presidential election. What influence do you see this election having on public health and vaccine misinformation?
Yeah, I think both public health and vaccines are going to be this political punching bag. I think it's going to be part of the partisan identity. And we've already seen it with certain politicians that they've really tried to stake out this space as how they differentiate themselves, whether that's RFK Jr. on the left or Ron DeSantis on the right. I think we are going to be hearing a lot more disinformation in the coming year about both vaccines and public health more broadly.
Where do you find hope in this landscape?
Well, one of my mentors is Dr. Bill Foege. He was one of the leaders of smallpox eradication. He was the director of the CDC under President Jimmy Carter and has gone on to work in a number of global health initiatives over the course of his career. And I go back to advice he has given me over time, and I probably remind myself of this almost every day, especially in this moment when sometimes it's hard to feel like with everything that's happening in the world, not just with COVID and public health, sometimes it just feels like there's only reason to despair. And what I remind myself is that the people who get things done are optimists. Bill's advice was surround yourself by optimists, people who are almost foolishly optimistic, who have unwarranted optimism, because those are the people who do get things done. And I think part of what gives me optimism is the fact that I and many of my friends and colleagues still have optimism that we can make a difference. Because if you don't, that's when you've already given up and it's really game over already.
I really appreciate your being here. We're going to leave it there. Thank you to Dr. Celine Gounder for the important work you do and your own commitment to sharing facts. I also want to thank everyone for tuning in to this important discussion and for sharing your questions. Just a reminder that United Facts of America continues at 1 o'clock Eastern with a discussion between PolitiFact Executive Director Aaron Schrockman and Peter Benzoni of the Alliance for Securing Democracy. They're going to explore how and why Russian propaganda is bypassing content bans and posing as local news. And please make sure you join us on Wednesday night at 7 o'clock Eastern as we at PolitiFact take you behind the scenes as we prep for the 8 p.m. GOP presidential debate. We will show you how we get ready for fact-checking the claims to come. And we will tell you more about our partnership with ABC News and 538. That's 7 p.m. Wednesday ahead of the 8 p.m. debate in Miami. Until then, I'm Rebecca Catalanello. Thank you so much.
Hey, everybody. Welcome back to United Facts of America. It's 1 p.m. Eastern on Monday, November 6th. I'm Aaron Schrockman. I'm the Executive Director of PolitiFact here at the Poynter Institute for Media Studies based in sunny St. Petersburg, Florida. It's a little chilly today, but we're making do. If you're just joining us, this is our third annual United Facts of America. And for the first time, it's free, thanks to supporters like you. So we're excited to see as many of you as possible. I'm really excited to introduce our next speaker, Peter Benzoni. I met him in Sydney, of all places, where we were at a conference talking about mis and disinformation. And I was really enamored with his presentation on kind of the threat landscape from foreign state actors. And so I asked him kindly if he would share this presentation with you. He said he would, so that's very nice. Peter Benzoni is the investigative data and research analyst on the Alliance for Securing Democracy at the German Marshall Fund's Information Manipulation Team. It is a mouthful. I appreciate that. Peter manages and develops data-driven tools and develops new methodologies to combat information threats. In what you're about to see, I find it fascinating. It's one way in which state actors, and I think we're going to focus on Russia, are particularly trying to influence the U.S. media landscape and the narratives that we're seeing here as consumers of news. And they're doing it through what look like, sound like, smell like local news sites. And so these are things that might be in your hometown that might just trick you. And Peter's going to, help document and tell you about the problem. But he's also going to, I think, show you how you can kind of rat out the rats, so to speak, on your own terms. As always, we want to hear from you. If you're following us on YouTube, you can leave comments and questions for Peter, and then I will circle back at the end and we'll have a 15-minute or so chat about the presentation and questions you might have. But for now, Peter, over to you. Welcome to United Facts of America.
Thank you so much for having me, Aaron. You stole my entire introduction, so I don't know what I'm supposed to lead in with here now. So I'm going to start for the first part of the half hour here talking about disinformation laundering and specifically how state media, the content from state media, can escape these bans that places like the EU have placed on them to gain authenticity, pretending to be these sort of local news sources. I do believe in disclosing one's funding. So we're funded, this project specifically is funded by the European Media and Information Fund and administered by the Gulbenkian Foundation. So with that said, let's go right into it.
Awesome. All
right. So first of all, you guys may have heard there is a war going on in Ukraine right now. With how much coverage another war is getting, you might have forgotten. But going back to that timeline of the war in Ukraine, immediately after the Russia invades Ukraine, you have this wave of bans in the EU, the UK, and through a knock-on effect, Singapore, where RT, Sputnik, and a whole bunch of these other Russian state media news outlets are banned both on the internet and on the airwaves. You see that again happening from in that range, late February to early March, where the content providers, Microsoft, Apple, YouTube, Roku, etc., all remove any access to RT and Sputnik content, as well as another wave of bans from content providers like DirecTV and Sky in various countries. So this wave of bans by countries and by service providers is not gone unnoticed and does not go unrevenged, as it were. RT responded to these, and Sputnik, to a lesser extent, responded to these bans by going where they were welcome. So you started to see RT creating accounts and gaining followers on alternative platforms like Gab, Odyssey, and Rumble, as well as starting up local or regional news networks, RT Balkan and RT Hindi, for in the Balkans and India, respectively. And they were ultimately very successful in this. Their Arabic and Spanish language news grew by 160% and 25% respectively. And you also saw them moving to more short form video, a la like a TikTok. And ultimately, this was very successful, focusing on those locations. But now that we've gotten that context, let's get back into information laundering and talking about what it is. So information laundering is more or less the same process by which information laundering happens anywhere else, or laundering happens anywhere else. Basically, a piece of information is placed. It is then integrated into the media ecosystem, just like it would with money, and it is ultimately laundered or placed into the legitimated ecosystem. So you're able to go from having a false or misleading piece of information from a less credible, such as a state news source, into a more credible source, such as CBS News. And we'll see a little bit more about that here. So for stage one, you want to place illicit information into the information ecosystem. As I said, the three layers of information laundering are placement, layering, and integration. So in 1983, a KGB operation planted this story in a small Soviet-funded, although it was not revealed till later that it was Soviet-funded, New Delhi paper that the U.S. manufactured HIV at a biological research facility in Fort Detrick, Maryland. And if you know anything about modern conspiracy theories, that may be a familiar place to you. So then the next thing that happens is stage two. After you place this information, launderers will then muddle the trail of information to obfuscate where that information originated. So about a month after the initial story comes out, the Soviet journal, and I'm sorry for pronunciation here, the Ternaya Gazeta, published a paper called Panic in the West, or What is Hiding Behind the Sensation Surrounding AIDS. It included some accurate information about the disease and about Fort Detrick, but cited the Patriot letter to connect the dots between Fort Detrick, Maryland, and HIV/AIDS. This paper received international attentions, and the allegations it made were repeated around the world, from Kuwait to Finland to Peru. This was used as late as the 2000s to reject retroviral aid by the South African government as the reasons why they said, no, we don't want aid from the US. This kicked off coverage in the US. So finally, you have this integration into the information ecosystem wherein enough traction is created and it's gone through enough laundering that the information is successfully given legitimacy and treated as though it came from a legitimate source. In this particular case, it culminated with a story being cited by both a number of activists and mainstream outlets, most notably Dan Rather's CBS Evening News, which at the time, for anyone who was alive at that time, was one of the largest news channels and still is one of the largest news channels, although it lacks Dan Rather in the US at the time. So this information is now successfully integrated in the US ecosystem, and you still see mis and disinfo floating around about this today. So moving this more into the digital era, what does that look like? As with anything else at the time, as you saw the exponential growth of information, so too you get this exponential potential for manipulation with the rise of the digital age. Fundamentally, it's an amplification of the problem, right? Information moves faster, it reaches a wider audience, and it generally, because of how much is there and how many different places are giving you information, can escape scrutiny just due to that sheer volume. So in this particular case, or this case study, Deutsche Welle, which is a relatively reliable newspaper in Germany, placed this quote, which it debunked, to be clear, about from the Russian Defense Ministry saying, hey, we think the U.S. is testing biological weapons. This story went on and debunked that story. But what we saw was a whole bunch of blogs and a whole bunch of little sketchy sites coming out, taking that little single quote out there and replacing that as though it was legitimate news, which then was cycled back into Sputnik and these the Russian state media as though it were a legitimate news source. So you can see it was placed in Deutsche Welle. It was laundered through these blogs and sort of sketchy news sites, and ultimately integrated back in as though it's legitimate media through the Sputnik state media. So fundamentally, in today's digital ecosystem, you end up with these chains of citations where one site sources another, which sources another, cites another one, leading to this cascade effect. It can create a lot of confusion around where information originally originates from, and it makes it hard to trace the authenticity of facts. In some cases, this confusion is able to be exploited and result in the intentional obfuscation of the true starting point of information. So therefore, we have to be very cognizant of the tactics used to hide this information and realize that it's used to make this disinformation appear more credible or to avoid accountability. Because this tracing process is so complex and the effort to find the original source is so cumbersome and ultimately doesn't pay off a lot of the time with anything interesting. Finally, I think it's worth talking about the cheap digital publishing that the internet has allowed. It takes $20 and a WordPress subscription to spin up a website these days. So it's extremely easy to anonymously publish and amplify disinformation at scale. You're able to create huge networks of websites where you can get the same false narratives repeated over and over and over. And that gives the illusion of consensus and legitimacy. Ultimately, the anonymity is part of the problem here. You can't say, oh, this information is being created by, we'll say, Aaron Schrockman, and then hold that person to account. None of these people have traceable identities. There's no way to hold them to account for what they're saying. So let's dig into part 2, how content actually gets around these bans. So there's sort of 3 methods by which these content from state media will get into the eyes and ears of viewers. First, mirror and alternative sites. These are sites that simply mirror or replicate the banned content. Generally, they're controlled by the original site, and they are done with the blessings of that site. Second is aggregators. This is places that are sort of wannabe Google News sites that compile news from a bunch of different sources, sometimes from less credible ones, but ultimately these tend to link back to the original site, so they're not really too interesting on their own. What I do think is very interesting is copy and paste sites. What they do is lift and reproduce the content, notably without verification and without attribution. So they're able to spread misinformation as though it was news for you produced by them. I'll spend some time talking about 1 and 3, frankly, because they're the more interesting problem here. So let's look at rotating domains as a method for ban evasion. And you can, if you want to read this full report, there's that ISD link at the bottom there. But bad actors, as they're banned from platforms as they are downranked by Google, will frequently rotate their domain names to bypass whatever digital barriers that they encounter. When one domain is blacklisted or banned, another one will take its place. Oftentimes, this is an automatic process, though not always, to minimize the downtime or to minimize the time that they're not getting to eyes and ears. This is sort of akin to a game of digital whack-a-mole when you're working on these platforms. This allows them to have a persistent online presence while rotating through these domains. And you can see this happening in real time with these domains from actualidad.rt. Starting in February, they're using actualidad-rt.com. That gets banned or downranked, and they switch immediately over to actualidad-rt.com. Then they switch again to esrt.press, ultimately being able to maintain roughly their audience and roughly the same volume of tweets that they're getting. If you actually go and look at the registration information of these, they registered 12 different domains and have just been switching them out as each one gets downranked for each of these processes, for focusing particularly on RT in Espanol, RT in German, and RT America, or sort of the RT English language. The other sort of way that ban evasion happens is through copy paste sites. So you get a RT story like a U.S. to allow allied transfers of F-16s to Ukraine, and you see the content taken from there and placed in a bunch of different not seemingly random news sites, but you are thus able to get content from state media finding a pathway to global audiences by having it republished and laundered through these third-party websites, which are, to be clear, not at all associated with RT and therefore would not be under the ban of these automated systems that people have come up with to sort of ban these mirror sites. Oh, sorry about that. So you can see that this piece of content was copied over to Iranian state media and random Azerbaijani website Infowars, which is American far-right news source, and the Press United, which is an Indian newspaper. So let's dig into these copy-paste things and look at specifically how this is invading or playing as though there are faux local sites that are surfacing RT content despite not being RT. So again, starting out from, and you'll notice this is from Swenter.site. This is from one of the mirror sites, but starting out from RT as it is, you start out with a story, you drop that into Google, and all of a sudden you see, which Google has removed all RT content, to their credit, has removed all RT content from their news and downranked most of them from searching, unless you search like their exact title. But you put this into Google News and you see these big news network, which is one of these disinfo networks, one of these faux local disinfo networks, and this Little Rock AR News. When you actually dig into the Little Rock AR News, you see that this is almost identical in content to what the actual original story was, with just the most basic tweaks, right? They're switching out a round for round, switching out classified materials for some reason with delicate supplies and before with earlier than. So they're not even spending a lot of time trying to evade or obfuscate that they're doing this. They're just trying to put it in enough so that they can get into the Google News or these news aggregators as though it's not an exact copy of the original information. So we dug a little further on this content, and it turns out when you look around the internet for this content, there's another place for Albuquerque, not just Little Rock AR, that has, I mean, they look identical, just look at them. You have these seemingly random headshots, and when you dig down into the site, when you look at the privacy policies, when you look at the teams creating this, it's all identical information. And ultimately, we were able to trace out these list of websites to find out that they're putting out essentially a network of sites that are pretending to be regional, Arab, African, Central Asian times, as well as national, and most concerning to us, faux local news sites targeting specific cities in the US. So getting into the technical side of detection here, we saw that all of these places are using the same exact, extremely weird, extremely small detection network, and you were able to network these together, establish that these are a network because they're all using the same set of registration information, same place to host their sites, same way of hosting that information. And through digging through our teams on these sites, able to investigatively establish that these are the cities being targeted by these networks, and these people are all getting fed. Whoever looks at these particular sites for Nashville, Tennessee, or Irving, Texas, is getting fed faux local news sites, which is just Russian disinformation. So clearly, despite a ban against Russian state media, RT and these other sites are continuing to reach audiences through Mir, Proxy, and other third-party websites. The question then becomes, how do you detect these sites without having to spend a lot of time investigating them and trying to uncover these manipulation networks? So what do we do about it? This is what we've come up with. This is not the only way to deal with it, but we created something called the Disinformation Laundromat, And what that does is try and discover linkages between two or more websites using both content matching and web forensic techniques. So the way that the laundromat tool works is two different ways leading into one matching. So the first is lead generation. You enter a piece of content and it'll find a website. It'll find websites that are reposting the same or very similar content. The second is web forensics. So you grab a website like littlerockarnews.com and it parses the DOM, the code of the website, to try and find unique and telltale features like the Google IDs that they use or any crypto wallets. It also grabs information like who's serving that website, the IP information, who is information, etc. You're then able to take both of these, both content and web forensic information, and match them against other sites that we've trawled to get potential matches, and which an analyst is able to investigate and see what overlapping indicators there are between these query domains and the existing corpus that we have. So ultimately, we decided because there's so many different ways you can do this, that you need to come up with a way of sorting the evidence. And the idea here being that there's different quality of evidence, right? There's the smoking gun where there's hearsay, right? So what we try to do is sort these into tiers between smoking gun and hearsay. So these tier one conclusive indicators that we generate are really, these sites are probably linked to each other if they share this information, like an AdSense ID or a crypto wallet ID, a multi-domain certificate. When you get down into that tertiary things where they're just using the same way of building their websites, or they're using the same CSS classes, or a highly similar sitemap, it's not enough to say that these places are linked, but it is enough to say, hey, this is a little weird if these match, This is worthy of more investigation. So I invite you guys to all try this out yourself. I will be pulling this up in a second, but while I'll give you a second to pull this up, it is www.disinfo.id.com. This is an pre-alpha version of the site. So if it's a little slow or it acts weird, I'm sorry. That's the way it is with pre-alpha tools. If you are interested in contributing or either your technical expertise or suspect domains, it's an open source tool, so please reach out to me. But let me show you how this process actually works. So here is a news article from RT from September about Ukrainians blaming Zelensky for corruption. We dropped that title into the disinformation laundromat tool, and we're able to see, okay, as you'd expect, this pops up a bunch of times on rt.com, but you can also see swenter.site. This is one of those mirror sites that we mentioned, and any sites that have been associated with any sort of state media will have this blue icon here. You also see that swenter.site pop up. And again, this is run through your sort of basic search engines. But there's also these faux local news and these faux local news sites, that Azerbaijan 24. But I think more interesting to me, the Irish Sun. This is, and when you actually open this up, you can see that this is the exact content. Nearly 8 in 10 citizens believe this country's president is directly responsible. Nearly 8 in 10 citizens believe this country's president is directly responsible for rampant graft. So you can see that an apparently Irish Sun is reposting RT content as though it were information relevant to Irish citizens. You can then take information, you can take this domain name, I'll just copy it here, drop it into the fingerprinting tool, and yes, I'll make a button that does this. It will fingerprint that domain and give you all the information about that domain, which you can then use to compare against sort of other domains in the same network. Right now, I've blocked off that matching feature because we don't know how to deal with people using this for nefarious purposes. So until we figure that out, the matching technique, or the matching part of it, will be left out. So moving on, it's worth talking about the future detection challenges that we face with AI and with disinformation laundering. So just to run down those very quickly, it's content alteration and dynamic websites. Both of these focus on how can content or the website structure itself be altered to try and evade detection through these sort of known mechanisms like this one, as well as sort of adversarial nature. So putting in decoy indicators, putting in adversarial attacks, like basically trying to clog up the machine of detection, as well as synthetic content generation. This is exactly what you think, where people use ChatGPT to generate realistic text. What I think is interesting is that the challenges present themselves opportunities to learn from and to tackle those problems. So when you're creating a website, fundamentally you have to build it. You can't obviously change the structure too much without fundamentally changing how the website works. So by learning sort of the ways in which these sites do alter their DOM trees, you're able to tackle the problem of dynamic websites. Similarly, in the case of these decoy or adversarial indicators, we're able to try and detect new indicators as they arise, ultimately, often as a result of the attempts to evade websites themselves, because a decoy indicator is itself still kind of an indicator. Finally, there's this clustering classification problem where you're able to say, hey, I think that there's these 10 websites that are all pretty similar to each other, 7 of which we've identified as Russian state media or generating content from Russian state media. Here's my new website. It doesn't quite match any of these with those IDs, but it does cluster in almost every other way with these other websites. There's also more textual challenges, specifically with there's not a great way right now to detect translated information. So if somebody puts in, anyone who's ever read Al Jazeera in Arabic versus Al Jazeera in English knows that the coverage is very different between those two sites. So when translated content comes in, it can be very hard to detect. But as you use a technique like word embedding, you're able to detect the relative meanings of word and their placement within documents to create a content fingerprint that's detectable even through transformations that something like LLMs or ChatGPT can use to try and evade that, to create a fingerprint that you can say, hey, I think that this content is 90% similar to that. So Patrick Chester is actually doing a lot of work on this for Chinese state information over at UC San Diego. So I encourage you to look at his work if you're interested in this specifically. So thank you guys for having me. I'm looking forward to the information or to the interview part of this, but for sitting through this, here's a nice meme about on the internet, no one knows your disinformation laundering operation.
Thank you, Peter. That was really interesting. I want to start, remind folks, if you have questions for Peter, you can put them in the YouTube chat and we'll get them here. I want to start with a question about the website like Little Rock News AR. If you went to that website, does it even try to be a local news website, or is it basically just trying to use Little Rock as a way to get people in, and then the rest of it is just junk, or like are they creating faux local content?
That varies. Largely, no, they're not trying to. There are places that do generate some of their own home baked content, though that tends to be a little bit higher effort. And so they tend to go through the effort of laundering a little bit harder. So NewsGuard has done some research on this where there's AI generated news stories, and you'll see that. You see those sort of higher effort news content ones where they are seeming to wanting to generate information, but oftentimes there's a layer in between that where they just look for mentions of Little Rock or mentions of Irving, Texas, and use that to flag any content, not only from RT, because that is not the sole source of content that places like Little Rock, airnews.com are using, but they'll collect any mentions of Irving, Texas, and shunt that into the news, the sort of homepage of that, and say, hey, this is all content apparently relevant to Irving, even though it's totally random content from across the internet, just happens to mention Irving. Oftentimes it's not even Irving, Texas, or not Little Rock. It's like someone said Little and Rock next to each other. Like, hey, I found a Little Rock. And that ends up on these websites. You can end up with some very silly news stories out of these.
Yeah. I also wonder if have social media companies, Google, the platforms, have they caught on to this, and are they seemingly trying to react to keep up with the pace of information?
To some extent, yes. To some extent, no. They have sort of caught on to the idea that people will copy each other's content and repost it, right? They are interested in not having repeated content that is the exact same content over and over again. But the relative newness of these networks and the relatively little stink that's been made about them has largely not been gone unnoticed or uninterventioned. But it really is not a small effect. So we recently did a study for the UK's Ofcom, the Office of Communications, and we found that the single biggest source of Russian state media content coming into UK consumers was through these faux local news networks, specifically the Big News Network. They far and above any other state media, Russian state media content that UK consumers are receiving. So it is a huge problem, and no, there hasn't been a lot done to fix it. I will say Google does a little bit better than Microsoft Bing, but it isn't, it's 30% not better and not 90% better.
Got it. Have in this kind of area, have any of the narratives that have started from an RT or a Sputnik kind of broke through to, I won't say mainstream media, but kind of like have elevated to kind of maybe partisan media, or where like they've gone past the, like you might see them to, you probably saw them?
I'd say largely no, because it's not really the model that these faux local news sites are looking to create. They're trying to make their, $50 a month or $100 a month on advertising on those sites, and they don't really care to know whether or not there's reporting based off of it. I think the question you're asking reflects a idea of the newsroom of trying to create clout, or trying to have your information that you create be disseminated and you be attributed, right? And I don't think that these sites are interested in the same way in being attributed. In fact, it's to their interest if they go undetected, right? So let them work for longer.
Yeah. Thanks for that. I'm curious, we're coming up in an election year, obviously. We're about a year from the presidential election exactly. Do you sense or think that these type of techniques will increase as we get closer to the election, and maybe, or how will they change or modify, or frankly, even bigger picture, what is Russia trying to do by getting these words in front of as many people as possible?
I don't know if I'm qualified to talk about the specific goals of Russia in regards to the 2024 election. I'd say refer to the people who did that research for the 2020 election. They'll have a much better idea than I can. But I can talk about the techniques and the sort of volume by which this content will get to your eyeballs. And I do think it's going to be massively larger. And I do think you're going to see a lot of more non-state entrants into this field, largely because tools like ChatGPT and these other large language models have drastically lowered the barrier to entry, which was already quite low, but drastically lowered the barrier to entry to creating more or less, as it stands, undetectable news networks to disseminate the information of whatever political point you want to make, be that Russian state media or be that a partisan political point. So yeah, I think this is going to be a bigger and bigger problem. And I do think that it's extremely useful when you have a partisan position, or the position of a state like Russia, which is not necessarily popular with the masses, to be able to manufacture a way of putting that out to the world as though it were neutral or largely neutral information, because you're not able to then be called out as saying, oh, you're posting content from RT, which everyone knows is Russian state media. Instead, you post a story from Little Rock AR News, which is apparently a legitimate news source. So you're able to borrow the legitimacy of sort of local news sites to make a point that you could not otherwise make without being called out for it. So I think you're going to see a huge increase in volume, and I think you're going to see a huge increase in the types of people using these dissemination networks.
Yeah, it's really interesting. I mean, I think from the perspective of PolitiFact and fact checking, this kind of throw everything at the wall mentality.
Yeah.
It creates this space, I think, on the internet where people can say, I don't know what to believe, so I'll just believe whatever I think. I believe what I want to believe, right? And the internet will support me in whatever that belief is. And so this kind of like this just kind of huge swell of garbage that lives on the internet today just lets a viewer, voter, reader kind of say, well, everything's wrong or whatever. And so it creates this kind of weird space. I think it's really, frankly, it's the 2020 election was kind of that for me, whereas 2016 was kind of like, I thought I believed everything that was on the internet election. So like, oh yeah, the Pope endorsed Donald Trump. Great. Okay, good news. And now 2020 is kind of the election of like, I don't believe anything, so I believe I can't believe anything I see, so I just believe what I want to believe. I think 2024, I'm not quite sure where we're headed, but I don't think we're heading in a necessarily much better way. One of our viewers wants to talk about journalists. And, I think in your first example, you showed how the story was planted about the U.S. government creating the AIDS virus, HIV, and then it eventually spreads in some way to mainstream media, right? So basically, the laundering works to a point. I guess how can a citizen, if journalists are getting this stuff wrong and could get this stuff wrong, this is obviously a really tough thing for a citizen who's being bombarded with information, doesn't have OSINT skills or like deep research skills. How can a citizen kind of even begin to navigate this world today? I'm curious, like, I don't want us to paint us in a real dire picture, but the reality is that if a journalist could screw this up in some way, shape, or form, how can we expect a citizen to be able to get it potentially right?
Yeah, I want to be clear. This is not a problem with every single news story that you're reading, right? Most news stories are getting information from primary sources, and this is sort of this underlines the importance, I think, of primary sources as so important in journalism, because you don't get these cascading chains of citations. So ultimately, I don't think it should be on the average citizen beyond your sort of your minimum level of media literacy that every citizen, I think, should have. I don't think it should be on the average citizen to have to parse this out. I think that when you're navigating the internet, you should have tools available to you to be able to detect and respond to this as it's being seen. Something like the disinfo laundromat's great, but I can also imagine something like a Chrome extension, right, that says, hey, this news website that you just pulled up is a known or a suspected pink slime site, is often what they're called. A suspected pink slime site where it's recycling content from elsewhere. Are you sure you want to take a look at this? Obviously not stopping them, but giving them tools that they can use so they're not constantly having to question everything that they want. Because that's an extremely good way to, I think, as you were highlighting, end up with huge amounts of information fatigue and just saying, whatever, I don't care, I'm just going to believe what I want to believe. I think you have to give people tools that don't overwhelm them and that just gives them the information that they need when they need it. So ultimately, tools.
Tools. Well, okay, so let's so this information laundromat is a tool. I'm curious, one of our viewers asked a question is, let's say in the absence of tools, I come across a website with a story. Are there any kind of like, you would say, immediate yellow or orange flags that someone should be looking at when they're consuming material that not 100% of the time it's going to be propaganda or not, but things that if you were looking at a website, you might say, I would do some more digging before I would share or post or comment or trust that particular article.
Great question. I mean, oftentimes it's as simple as doing a quick Google search of this place. If you go search like a Little Rock Air News, no sort of awards are going to come up. No information about that website is going to come up. So I encourage you to just drop the news source you're looking at into your favorite search engine and learn a little bit more about it. But sort of beyond that, when you're looking at a website, oftentimes these are shoddily made, although I wouldn't count on it. So you'll see like broken elements on these web pages where you'll see like a weather thing for Little Rock weather that'll just have no information on it, right? That'll be blank, right? So because when you're maintaining these networks, you're not really interested if one of your 50 sites doesn't have its weather icon working, where if you're Sioux City Journal, I'm from Sioux City, Iowa, Sioux City Journal, they are very concerned when their weather widget breaks on Sioux City Journal's website.
100%. If you're for local journalists, your weather app always needs to be working, because that's
yeah, that's me only saying that. But look for weird inconsistencies in the way that the website's working, because they'll pop up when you're maintaining these extremely large networks, because you're not interested in making sure one is working perfectly. You're interested in making sure the network is largely working enough to get you those ad dollars or whatever other source of income you have.
So with these local sites, is the hypothesis that they're financially motivated or politically motivated, or potentially both?
Potentially both. I think that a lot of these the faux local news networks tend to be, I think, financially motivated. They're looking for those ad dollars by, say, people who search, I don't know, Ukraine weapons Little Rock, because I want to know information from their local news. That'll pop up on the Ukraine weapons Little Rock will pop up one of these sites, right? So they're trying to get those advertising dollars for a lot of these faux local news sites. Where I do think it gets a lot more muddy is getting out of these faux local news sites and into sort of broader networks. So someplace like that Fars state news agency, that is Iranian state news. They are interested in, even though they're publishing Russian content, they are interested in advancing the political directives of the Iranian state. But you also see content reposted from places like South Front or InfoRuz, which are have been attributed directly to Russian intelligence operations. So those ones, I think, tend to be a lot more closely to political motivated. But I always say follow the money first and the politics second, because ultimately these places need to be able to fund themselves. And it's a lot easier to keep your thing running if it's self-funded than if you need to rely on the generosity of a country fighting a war, right? They're not necessarily as interested in, oh,
hey, Kat.
This is Luna.
Hey, Luna.
She wanted to be a part of it.
Peter, so I want to end with this question, because parts of this can be seen as a downer, right? The information ecosystem isn't, I don't think, what any of us hopes or dreams it is. I'm curious, in this work and through this tool, what gives you hope about kind of how, whether it's platforms or the government or citizens or journalists, how we're trying to combat or kind of fight against these state and non-state actors, and how they're spreading pink slime and misinformation through local news sites?
Yeah, I think that's a very easy question for me, which is the communities that have developed out of a result of these. I think everyone recognizes the problems that are happening, that there's sort of this deluge of information and this deluge of bad information, whether it be mis and disinformation or just sort of manipulated correct information. There have been a number of communities that have developed largely around places like Bellingcat or other similar organizations, where these problems are being tackled by communities of people, and people are able to not only be able to check them together and talk through their processes, but they're also able to have fun doing it. Like it's like a puzzle to be solved, and you're solving this puzzle with your friends. And like I especially with the content that stuff like Bellingcat looks at, that can be a little bit of depressing content. It also lets you have sort of a built-in therapy group essentially as you're working with it, because the same people going through the same problems, trying to research the same thing. So like I guess the message being it's the friends we made along the way while we were having our information manipulated.
And this info laundromat, all open source, right? So all the kind of the stuff behind it
all the code in it's in open source right now. All of it's open source. It's on our GitHub. You can look at it. There will probably eventually be some restrictions placed on it as we build out the corpus, the network of sites that we're looking at, because we don't want to allow places, activists essentially, to have their be doxxed using this tool.
Yep.
So you don't want Russian activists to be able to say, oh, this person built this site which is criticizing the government, and here's this guy's personal blog, right? You don't want those two to be able to link together. So there'll probably be restrictions placed on it in the near future, as there's sort of more information available about existing networks of sites. Right now, it's because there's a relatively limited number of sites. Those restrictions aren't necessary.
Mm-hmm.
So you're only looking at 1,000 or so sites, most of which are in the top 10,000 most popular sites on the internet.
Right. Okay. All right. We're going to leave it there. Thank you to Peter Benzoni for your invaluable insights and your dedication to the truth and the friends we made along the way. And thank you, Luna, for appearing as well. A reminder, United Facts of America continues tomorrow morning. I think we're at 11 a.m. Eastern. That's right. Editor-in-Chief Katie Sanders will interview Sarah Longwell, who's the publisher of The Bulwark and a host of the Focus Group podcast, which Katie has been dutifully listening to and says it's a really interesting look into the American voter. And I know Katie and Sarah are going to have a great conversation about that tomorrow. And make sure you join us all Wednesday night, 7 o'clock. We're going to go behind the scenes as we prep for the next GOP presidential debate. It's in Miami, so we're going to get our team, part of the team together, going to talk about what we're looking for, how we do what we do here at PolitiFact, talk about some of our partnerships with ABC News and 538. So it'll be a good kind of preview to the 8 o'clock debate in Miami. So until then, I'm Aaron Schrockman. Take care. Thanks for watching United Facts of America. I assume we're clear. Peter, that was lovely. Yeah. Peter, thank you so much. You're going to get a note from us later in the week. And in that note, you'll, I'm like double.